And hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Da, 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 da. Today we're gonna be fixing the damn taxi stuff. Taxi job. I'm gonna just refresh the chat, I think. We have a fresh, clean chat for the stream. So, let's write down the plan of action. Taxi job. 1, get into taxi and start job. 2, spawn in waiting passenger on set delay. 3, pick up get passenger directions to passenger. 4, pick up passenger. 5, get directions to target. I think we'll just do so I can see it clearly. And 6, drop off passenger. 7, get pay and experience. So these parts constitute the taxi job at large, I think. I am gonna check one thing. There. My game is going well. Pod Rep John. I think let's whip up some quick UI. I'm thinking I'm wondering if I should just whip up a quick minimap. I could probably use the same system as... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna whip up a quick minimap. It might not be quick, you know, as with all things. So basically, here's what I'm thinking. We maximize, switch to orthographic. We'll just take a picture like this. So the rest won't have a mini map, but... Oh, welcome back, Racer Boy. And we'll open up GIMP. Yeah, just like a placeholder thing, so I have something to work with. I think we're gonna do the same kind of hand-drawn map that we have in Penguinized, but... I don't know if like Oilify... Oilify does look pretty good. I quite like that. And then I think maybe filters or colors posterize something. Yeah, I think that's pretty okay. I'm just gonna remove the sidewalks just to make it be a bit more congruent. I have a question. How good does procedural generator work for buildings, especially when you need a specific aesthetic? It completely depends on how you implement the procedural generation. Like, you know, obviously, if you're using someone else's procedural generator and someone else's procedural assets, it might completely screw over your aesthetic, because the assets you're using aren't fit for the style you want. But I mean, if you're making your own thing, then procedural generation for buildings is probably completely fine. But this comes with the caveat of probably making your game much difficult to optimize, because I'm assuming you're looking at procedural generation from the point of view of wanting to have like a city. And depending on what kind of procedural generation you do for buildings, so like how intricate you want it to be, it may or may not come at quite a significant performance sort of decline, specifically because it's often quite difficult to optimize for things that are random. And if like the procedural generation is runtime and you have like all these advanced buildings you're generating, that could make the game run quite slow. It's easier to optimize for known variables. Like if you know that you're gonna have like 10 different house meshes or something, you can have 10 different house meshes and optimize for that. So, but yeah. Do I know Danny? I just know he made the YouTube videos, right? He's just a YouTuber guy. You wouldn't want to buy other people's assets to change them. You like the reason you're buying assets is to save time. And generally, if you're going to be changing stuff, you might as well make it yourself. That's in general. If we're talking assets, you know, if you're going to be changing stuff, I would suggest just roll your own thing, you know? That doesn't go for code. If you're downloading like a code package, you're sort of expected generally to adapt things, unless of course you're working in Unreal, where, you know, Unreal is very sort of, you do it this way or you know, suffer the consequences, because generally the Unreal solutions are quite complex. But in Unity, it's often this sort of like, you know, you download a package and you can change literally every single thing about it. There are some packages that are like closed source, which, you know, I don't really enjoy that, but that's their choice. How did it feel when you made your first finished game? Well, I don't know. It's like, you know, I wouldn't say that finishing your first game is like this big moment. And I don't think it should be this big moment. Because when you're working on games, or it's the same thing when you're like making music or you're making paintings, it's like a slow and steady progress, you know? Like you make a small thing, you make a bigger thing, you make a bigger thing, you make a bigger thing, and you continually increase the size and scope and quality of what you're making. But at no point is it going to be like, you're not going to have this wow moment. Holy shit, I just did that. You know, it's not going to be like that when you finish it, because everything's moving so slowly. You know, you work on the same game and you're working on it for 2+ years. There are some people who haven't worked on a single thing for like over a month. It's a different thing to work on something for so long that you just don't even feel that it's over when you're done with it, because you spent so long on it. It becomes you. And it's also, I don't know, there's something with like games too, in the sense that you never quite feel finished with them. But you just have to call it quits at some point. No game is truly finished, I would say. But I think definitely if you are thinking about doing game dev, definitely go into it with the thought in mind that you are going to be working on this project for a long time. Did you ever use ChatGPT to write code for you? I mean, I've used it, but I don't enjoy using it, so I try not to. If that makes sense. I don't think if you're starting out, just don't use AI, okay? Just don't. You're cheating yourself out of an extremely valuable learning experience if you use AI, so just don't. Okay, looks good. Sorry. Let's see. I mean, if you see like all the recent studies done on like use of AI, especially within the context of learning, are all showing the same thing, which sort of is something that people have said like intuitively makes sense, but now it's sort of, you know, it's being more established scientifically that when you're using AI to supposedly learn things, you're essentially just shutting off your brain. Your brain goes on to this autopilot mode and you're just asking the AI to think for you. And I don't think that's a good thing. You might think differently. You might think that it's perfectly fine to allow the AI overlords to do all the thinking for you, and do that, you know, at your own free will, for sure. But when push comes to shove, I don't think that that's a good trade-off to have made. Hello, science dude. I mean, Racer Boy, like, GameDev is completely, absolutely international. If you're trying to get into AAA, I can understand. But if you're trying to do indie, there's nothing stopping you. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I would say just don't, you know, in my opinion, and you can take this opinion and discard it completely if you wish, is just embrace the challenge. Don't use like AI, don't use these no code solutions, don't try to take the easy route every single chance you're given. Actually challenge yourself, because if you don't challenge yourself, you're never going to challenge yourself, and then you're never going to learn, and then you're never going to achieve greatness, because you're not going to do something great and something impressive and something big if you don't challenge yourself. You're just not. So like the more you keep ignoring the prospect of something challenging, the less chance you have of ever achieving something great. And that doesn't just go for GameDev, that goes for literally every single thing in the world. How many lines of code is this? I don't know, actually. I haven't checked. I'm making Penguin GTA, multiplayer Penguin GTA. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay, the pivot. And then this should be a mask. Let's see. So it's, I think it's using the local, yeah, map image rect transform rect dot height. Yeah. Wait, map reference. Yeah, so map reference should always be. Right, and that's the thing. So we have to move around this one. Control root index. A and B do not get used. Get transposed coordinate. I would say no. I would say hard no. Absolutely no. Just flat out no. Like, okay. Let's take Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. Amount of models in Red Dead Redemption. Amount of meshes. Is there like how many? See, I don't know if they have like a list of all of them. Is that it? But these are all the Horse, Angel Baptiste. Are these all people though or something? I don't know. In any case, my case in point being that consider the amount of models required to make a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. Consider the amount of voice acting needed to make a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. Consider the amount of animation required to make a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. These are all people. There are over there's like 1,500 unique like creatures. These are only the humans and animals in Red Dead Redemption 2. This is absolutely insane. And now for one person to do that just by working hard, no way, no how. But yeah, then all the voice acting, then all the music that you need to make for a game of that scale, and then the level design you need to do to make a game of that scale. And I could just list on and on and on the different things. Like what AAA can deliver that indie can't is content. 100% content. That's what they can deliver. There is nothing about AAA that makes them able to write more complex games. Complex in the sense that they're executing some sort of complex functionality, right? So I would say Teardown, for example. I assume you're familiar with Teardown, but I'm not sure. Teardown, absolutely insane technical achievement made by one guy. But again, this game is not impressive in the sense that it has a lot of content. It's just impressive mechanically. It's absolutely just the mechanics of the game that are impressive. But yeah, just don't try to make AAA games. Like, don't make a Call of Duty game, because you're not going to beat Call of Duty, because Call of Duty wins on content alone. They already have the quality, right? Quality comes for free by virtue of being AAA. Like, AAA releases Assassin's Creed, and those games are generally bug-free. They run really well. They look beautiful. They have mechanics and UI that work well. But not only do they have that, but they also have the content. So what's your leverage as an indie dev? That's the question. What's your leverage as an indie dev? Because you can't try to compete with AAA on the same grounds that they're working in. You can't. So how do you compete? Well, you compete by engaging in sort of unique things that they wouldn't try to do in AAA. AAA moves slow. AAA games can take 5+ years to make. Whereas an indie can make a game in a couple of months if they really put their mind to it. It's going to be a small game, but it can be really unique. It can be sort of the time. and it can be kind of daring in a way that AAA doesn't want to, because AAA has to stick to conventions and trends, and that's what you see with, like, you know, you have breakout titles like Player Unknown Battlegrounds, the Battle Royale. That started a whole thing with, like, Fortnite and every single other game introducing a Battle Royale mode. But that spun out of indie, right? There was an indie guy who took the chance to try something new and daring. They succeeded, and that became a multi-million idea, right? And it's the same with Minecraft. Who wants to make a game of freaking blocks, right? Pixelated, low poly blocks that you break, and then not only that, but there's no story in the game, there's no real goal in the game. Indie did that, and you just don't get those kinds of experiences from AAA. AAA makes predictable gaming experiences, but high quality ones. So like Red Dead is, there's nothing. You don't go AI. Just shut up about the AI. Fuck AI. Get it out of here. Don't even. If you start using AI, you're never going to become a game developer, point blank. Or actually just use AI. Dude, I don't give a heck. Just don't. God. Yeah, if you want to hire people, then you need money, right? But 2 to 3 people are also not going to make GTA. And when I say make GTA, I'm talking full-blown story, right? Full-blown story mode, super advanced AI, lots of different car models, lots of different pedestrians, all the different kinds of weapons that entails, all the different kind of models that entails. Like, there's a reason that these companies spend so long working on these games. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 development time. They spent 8 years. 8 years they spent working on Red Dead Redemption 2. A massive team spent 8 years. So if you even begin to think that indie dev is supposed to cover the workload of a team of that size that spent 8 years and be able to do that in a lifetime, you're absolutely delusional. Absolutely and entirely delusional. 8 years of development, 700 voice actor, 300,000 animations, 500 motion capture actors, 500,000 lines of dialogue, 1,000 software developers, 60 or 70 cameras used, 192 mission soundtracks, 110 musicians, and a team of 1,600 people develop Red Dead Redemption 2. Put that into perspective, okay? You have absolutely no chance, no way, no how to ever make a AAA game in the true sense of the word as an indie dev. You are making indie dev experiences, play to your strengths. Do not try to compete with AAA. Hello, Brenov. Wait, so that's 0. I don't know, let's just start it up, I guess. Yeah, just don't. Don't use AI. Don't try to compensate for a loss of content. Just don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're trying to use AI as some sort of get out of jail free card because you see your own limitations, right? You're seeing your own limitations. You see your inability to produce the amount of content that you wish you had. But that's the thing. You need to remove yourself from the wants and look at what you actually have. And what you have as an indie dev is the ability to move extremely flexibly, right? You don't need any planning. You don't need any budget. You don't need any approval from any upper management. You don't need any funding. You just go at it. You just sit down and make the game. And that's an insane strength to have compared to AAA. AAA needs planning, they need funding, they need hiring, they need HR, they need I mean, it's the insane amount of planning and structure that you need to pull off like you know, let alone a 10-man team, right? Let alone a 10-man team. So just yeah, I don't know. You can't be thinking of yourself as a competitor to AAA. You can't think of yourself as someone who's gonna push out content, because that's holding yourself to a standard that you shouldn't even be accountable to. So just don't be like, oh well, I mean, if I used AI I could deliver content. No. How much potential do you think Godot has for game devs compared to other engines? Your opinion? I think it only has as much potential as the dev using it. A game developer who wants to see things through will make a game no matter the engine, no matter the language. If they are handed Python and only Python, they will make a game, and they will make a great game in Python. Same goes for JavaScript, same goes for Java, same goes for C#, same goes for Unity, same goes for Unreal, same goes for Godot. The potential is only within you, it's not within the engine. Damn, this penguin speaking to my soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Go into Penguin Springs. Yeah, it's a little jetpack contraption. I use it to traverse the map quickly instead of having to get into a damn car every single time. Just jetpack my way. This should work. Yeah, once we have the mini map, it's going to be way easier to implement the taxi job. So I'm just getting ahead of things. I've been wanting to make a mini map for a while, actually, so I just need to see if it handles like zooming out or not. I don't know how I implemented it, if it was local positioning or if it was global positioning, but I think it was local. Dog. What are you making? I'm making Penguin GTA. I think I need to restart Unity. Sometimes it just freezes for some reason. Let's see. Let's see. Chicken wing, chicken wing. All right, let's check this out. Is it just you that has been working on this? It's me and my friend. So it's just the two of us. But what I'm working on now specifically is actually pretty much just me. So like this main menu is me and him, but going into this game mode of Penguin Springs, which is this Penguin GTA-like game, so far all the work that's been done on this is me. So like the level design, it's all a testing level. There's going to be another level later, but like level design, the AI, the driving, all of that is just stuff that I've been doing. Hello, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, I need to know why this happens. You just spawn in the roof occasionally. That's fine. Yep. Oh, it's the other part. It's over here, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. If I scale this mini map,
I am Rich Rick, the richest penguin on this side of the equator.
oh hell yeah!
cheered 300 bits. Here,
Thank you for the beautiful hachimaki. I think that's what it's called. Isn't it hachimaki? Yeah. Does this mean we getting a penguin strip club? You dirty dog. You dirty dog. Yes, that is exactly what it means. Yeah, so we can scale it down. Okay. And then if is minimap. Right, map image. Is Unity still a thing in 2025 after what they did? Yeah, I mean, look, it's like anyone who cared about that announcement in general were either people who are chronically online or people who have never made a game and would never have made a game that would even have been affected by their pricing model, right? Obviously the installs per download thing was bullshit, but they walked it back really quickly, and then they instituted some other pricing thing, and it's like, oh my god, I can't believe they're gonna charge us, you know, $1,000 once we hit 1 million in sales or something. That's sort of the deal that they were proposing essentially. And it's like, dude, if I was earning $1 million, I'd happily shove over, you know, $1,000 to whoever's allowed me to make $1 million in the first place. I'm pretty okay. I might as well, I can give them $20,000, even $100,000, you know, if I. And it's like, you know, people lose perspective on the fact that these game engines are often allowing people to make games in the first place, and they're like, what, you were asking me for money after you made me millions? But they're, you know, I is less than 8, make that a read-only static. It's hard to find later. I mean, not really. It doesn't matter, dude. It's a tiny script. I could set it to be like a player count. We're just gonna see here. I think we can do position. That's the world base, but that's the thing. So it's not the world. I guess we can do it position, and then we saw this game on Steam. The actual game is already on Steam. I mean, I appreciate the tip, Scalate, but that's like, you know, it's completely irrelevant. It's such like you can point out a million things that I could change. Like it just doesn't matter. I'm not changing it. I'm changing the position of the rect transform. So let's see. This should be blowing up quite. Okay, I guess it's increasing. Yeah, because the rect transform here is using the position. I think I need an outer position then. I'll just set it back to vector 3.0. Like if I have a parent position, let's see here, we can just move that in. All right, dot anchored. It's a Penguin GTA sleeper. Let's see. Yeah, I think we have a create empty parent, so we'll just do this for testing. But then we could probably use that with a center pivot. I don't know, we'll see. Here. So I'll just try this out. We'll see if this flies away now. Yeah, it does. Okay, I don't know. Because it's moving the anchored. I guess it's because I'm using the I need to use the anchored position and transform that to screen space. That's the thing. I need to use the anchored position. But how do I transform that? I would need to know... Because the transpose coordinate, I think if I can get those normalized... Yeah, get normalized coordinates. Okay. So we could get the normalized coordinates and then shift it around using that. I think. Let's think here. Yeah, but that's relative to the reference sprite, which gets moved every frame. But it should be moving with the player, so... I just want it to, like, center on the player. Yeah, see you, Razor Boy. How would I make it center? I mean, if I had the transpose... Yeah, let's just try that. Or, wait. I mean, get transpose coordinate. I mean, we could cache it, but who cares? Just fixing this for now. Controlled dot local position equals... Like, this is going to shift it somewhere up there. Dot anchor position, sorry. But why is it even... Oh, right, it's looking at the map container. Okay. Yeah, shit's getting messed up. So here, it's not the parent, it's the transform. I wonder if we can just go icon pause divided by 2. No. Let's see here. We can probably, if we just debug.log icon pause, we can see the relationship between it and the actual position that we desire. So 902 Whereas here is like 0. But that appears 908. Yeah, because it's up and basically like half of it. We're basically at 0, 0. Plus up a bit. Okay. So, let's think about this. If that is the relative position, we can basically have that it is equal to the... Is it size delta divided by 2? Or is it size delta... Door giveaway? Yeah, we're gonna be giving away doors, guys. It's happening. Stay tuned for the door giveaway. Game development. We're making Penguin GTA. Okay, so it's basically if the... Okay, I mean, it's sort of working. Almost. You have a Patreon? No, but I've been thinking about starting up a Patreon at some point. I think for now, the only way to, like, financially support me is through, like, Twitch. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not moving 1-to-1, though. You can see it's moving a bit too fast. Let's see. Yeah, see you, Red Gaming. Have a good one. Hello, Yosko. I guess it's also because the scale... It has to move... Yeah, that seems to be working because we're stuck there on the bottom. And then we just offset it by the height of the frame minus or is it plus? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's not like that. It's the Y. You just do this. Our target position equals that, and then target position dot y minus equals. Oh, right. Target. And I think it should plus equal probably then. Times map image. Or no, I don't think necessarily it should take that into account. Or looks pretty good. Look at that mini map, people. Beautiful. And then now I should be able to modify this. And it should still maintain consistency. So let's lock this. See? It's perfect. Perfect. Et voila. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know if you guys are even seeing on the shorts. Are you seeing on the shorts? Probably not. Let me see. No, you guys aren't seeing it on the shorts. I can show you. You guys can see what I fixed. This mini map. Now you can see. Beautiful. Okay. So we have the mini map, which means that we can now draw targets on this mini map. But we'll have to figure out a way to draw them along the radius. But I think we can just do this here, because this is... We look at here. Private float map radius equals there. Map radius equals map image dot transform dot parent dot get component. Ugh. So, let's figure out how to render sort of goals on this map. We'd want to draw it on the outer perimeter. So let's think. How would you draw it? You need to clamp its drawn position. I guess the thing is, if we're rendering a target, how would we maintain that it's the same target in the list of targets? I mean, we could maintain a dictionary of keys and say, hey, draw this thing here. So we could say like draw, but that becomes a problem if like we're saying like draw enemy here, draw enemy here, draw enemy here. Enemy is the same text-based key and would therefore move around the same position many times. So really we would have a dictionary of transforms because we're that's a problem too though. Like if we would just want to draw a position, we can't do that because the position is not a transform. But we could just have it as a rule that we don't draw positions, we draw transforms, and then if we want to draw a position, we'd set out, we would position a transform at a position. We could do that. So we could have a private dictionary with a transform pointing to a game object, which is, or pointing to another transform, which is the player icon, target icon. I am doing good, Amar. How are you doing? Public void add drawn target. Add tracked target? No. Add? Yeah, I guess add tracked target or something. Which is a transform T. Then instantiate target icon prefab var new target icon. And target icons dot add T pointing towards new target icon dot transform. And then we can just use the same same thing here. I think this is basically just yeah, it should be small. You shouldn't be making something too big. Good on you, buddy. Good morning, Virtual. Good morning. The viewers are cheap. I was given 300 bits, so I would say they're not cheap. I never insult my viewers. What does that even mean? I don't know. I guess we should convert this to 4. How would you remove yeah, because that would be a reference to that. Hey, Penguin Code. Hello, Jean-Francois Guignard. Jean-Francois Guignard. All right. Okay. See, that's the thing. How do you remove remove from dictionary no keys C#? Yeah. Well, that's stupid. Like this is AI slop. This is absolute AI slop. If the if the key is null and you add, hey, keys to remove add null, and then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna remove a null key. This is absolute AI brain rot. AI never gonna make it. I literally have to rebuild the. Then we just do this. We can just say this. Var found null equals false. If target equals null, found null equals true. And then continue. And then we just rebuild when we get new. If found null, then the target icons equals target icons dot where pair dot key doesn't equal null dot do dictionary. Or how do you do it? How does the to dictionary? Pair dot key, pair dot. That's not how we do it. Okay. What the fuck does to dictionary do then? To dictionary link. Explain it. Yeah. Pair. Dot key. Pair. Oh, okay. Like that. Okay. So that will trim it down. Remove the nulls. Hello, Devil. What's up? And then we can just copy paste this. Icon. Target. And the same way we have the remove. If t equals no, just do that. Just a little safety check. Cool. And then we need to target icons destroy that. See, is minimap found? No. Yeah, this should allow us to add the target, but then the target is still going to be, that's the anchored position, but we need to clamp it so the anchored position does not deviate more than Thank you so much, Lacy Warrior. What's that you're working on, Mr. Penguin? I am working on a minimap rendering system. I already have the minimap working, but it's specifically I want to render so that when I'm rendering something on the minimap, and if specifically if it's like a target, you know, I'm using that term loosely, but if it's like something that the player is supposed to be aware of outside of their perimeter, I want it to render on the sort of on the perimeter of the actual circle here. So I'm trying to think about what. Okay, first time here. I'm praying you're not an egotistical ex-Blizzard employee who can't accept when they're wrong. Wait, 1 second. I can actually, let me see.
Yes, hello. So my name is a Blizzard employee, and I've been working for Blizzard for the past 7 years, and also I run a ferret rescue, and it wasn't my fault that my World of Warcraft team wiped. What was I supposed to do? I didn't have any mana gems. What was I supposed to do? I was out of mana.
Hello. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Whew. Ah, scary, scary. Never doing that's the curse of the pirate. Pirate's curse. Arr. Biggest mistake of my life. Never doing a pirate joke ever again. He probably hacked into my computer. Using his government hacking skills. What's the process of making the minimap, by the way? Like, how does it show points of interest? Could you just make a class that just clamps the XC coordinates to the map size? At least that's my idea. So, it depends on what approach you take for the minimap. So, what I'm doing for my minimap is, it's, I don't know if this, I mean, it feels kind of hacky, but it works well, so I just don't care. I have this overlay texture, which is, you know, usually I use a hand-drawn. In this case, it's just a screenshot that I add some post-processing effects to, but usually I have a hand-drawn maps. So I'll go into orthographic view, which is just like basically viewing it 2D with no depth. And then I will trace the map using drawing software, trace it, draw it. And then because it's drawn in 2D, I can just overlay the texture. So this is floating like right above. And because this exists in world space, it has world space references. So it has, you know, top right, top left, bottom right. And I can use those points to basically find a normalized coordinate. So if this is 1, 1 and this is 0, 0, you can use that as a normalized coordinate. And then transfer that to screen space. So basically just a transposition from world space to screen space. And that also affords you, like, you know, if the player leaves the map and the minimap ends, then it's whatever, you know, the player just keeps moving. But yeah, it's very sort of easy going. And yeah, that's what I've got going right now. So you just, yeah. Quite easy. And you can, you know, because of the overlay, it's easy to make sure that everything's 1-to-1. But you see, like, in perspective, obviously, it gets all kind of screwed up. But if you do it orthographic, perfect. But yeah, I don't subscribe to the idea of like these, I think what most Unity devs do, which most indie devs, honestly, I don't even think it's Unity specific, but most indie devs, when they make a minimap, they're too lazy to make a real minimap. So they just put like a freaking camera, a second camera, just on top of the player, just pull it up into the sky and render the entire world like twice. Just to render like a tiny ass shitty minimap, which is such a waste of resources. It's yeah, I don't even know what to say, dude. But then you don't have to do any of the transposition or coordinate stuff. But this approach is far more optimized. But yeah, I mean, you can see here, like, I'm pulling in, generating some player icons. It's 8 icons because it's 8 players in the maximum amount. Generate those 8 player icons, use the player indices to transpose them, and then use the rotation, because there's like a little rotation indicator on the icons. Rotate them and then just render them on the map. Easy. I just get the transpose coordinate like this. Simple as that. So get normalized, use the width of the map to go from normalized to coordinate. But yeah, right now, the sort of trick I'm trying to figure out is how to have icons render sort of on the perimeter of the map, which is not as obvious to me. Not as obvious. I think I would have to clamp it somehow. Oh, VR chat avatar. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I don't know exactly how I do it. Like, I mean, we could, if we figure out the center, you can clamp the magnitude of a vector. If we have a vector starting at 0, 0, if this is 0, 0, yeah, but that would work. Plus minus would work in a non-circular, right? If it's a square or a rectangle, you can do that plus minus, but plus minus won't do it for a circle. So you'll have to work with a vector and then clamp the magnitude of that. So you'd basically like say, you know, if you have if this is the center circle and we have a point here, like this is the center point. If this is the center point, and we have the player is, or like the target or whatever is here, then we'd draw a vector to that point, like so. That's fine, that's within the circle, so it's okay. If the player, however, is here, we draw a vector to it, but then we see that reaches outside of here, so we clamp the magnitude to be respectful to that, like so, and then we render the player icon on the perimeter. I think that's how you'd want to do it. So we just pull it back. But then that comes with the issue of trying to figure out how to maintain a stable 0, 0. And because of course you see that the map space, if you want to call it that, the map space exists like this. This is the entirety of the map. So it's not entirely trivial to render a clamped, because this 0, 0 here, like 0, 0 is not a constant, because it exists in an undefined space on the map, which is like here, right? Because we're only rendering a slice of the map. So this is only a slice, and maybe this 0, 0 is like 302.900 or whatever, whereas this one is another coordinate, right? So like 0 is not always defined, so we have to figure out where 0 is and then use that and then clamp the magnitude of the vector. Because we have the, we're working in, it's always a problem when you're working in both sort of relative and absolute coordinate systems, like transposing between the two. It's always, because I mean, now we're going from like, we're transferring from the world to the map and then to the circle. So it's like double transposition of coordinates. Yeah, it does follow the player coordinates. So that's what I think I'm gonna do is use the because I have this here. I think I set the target position if we can see, we can try to do this. Var map center equals let's see, we'll try vector to map center, and then we say there, because the map is offset, map center equals target position, and then we're going to use that later down here. Yeah, I mean, Unity affords the ability to do like vector 3 dot clamp, so you can clamp magnitude, which returns a vector that's cut off. So that part is easy, the clamping. So you can just use that with not even using a conditional or anything. But we just have to figure out here, because the map center here is anchored position, but I think it's within the circle. That's the thing. We can just add a debug thing here. Public void add debug track target. And then we add the context menu to that. We can just call this from the editor. Instantiate for var debug target equal new game object name and add rack target debug target dot transform. So that will add that in. We can try that out, and we can set the position to be like debug here. Debug target dot transform dot position new 3, and I think like 600, 900 or something is probably going to be fine. Or actually, I think it's like 200, 100. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Well, let's see here if we can add. See exactly where a good position is, so we can use it for like good debug tracking. Create empty. So we can have it like over here. 157110. Okay, that's pretty good intuition there. What are you making? I'm making Penguin GTA. Penguin GTA. Hey, based. I didn't know it had an initializer like that. Julio. Right. So that's the icons. We can say this. So we can say var desired position equals here. And var, yeah, map center is there. Var actual position equals map center plus, and then we do the desired minus the actual, or minus the map center dot clamp. Oh, well, I guess map, yeah, desired position is a vector 3. Vector 3 dot. Hello, Mr. Monkey, what's up? And we'll do vector2.clamp magnitude. That's the vector, and we clamp it to, well, here's the thing. I think we'd clamp it to 95F because that's radius or something. Map radius. So we'll try this out and see, and then actual position. So we'll see if this works. We'll get the results when we boot this up. Fingers crossed. So, right, because the minimap doesn't find the player instantly, I guess. Uh-oh. I just crashed Unity. There's an endless loop somewhere in here. Java? No, C#. Endless loop somewhere. Where is it? Is there a while here? I love a good crash. Always a good way to start the day. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not necessarily here because I'm looking for aid. So I just you know, I use many people here as just my rubber duck debug tools. I just yap. and try to make the best of that. Oh, there's no target icon prefab. Well, let's just copy and paste in there. Now let's see here. Oh, yeah, it doesn't instantiate it as a child. Add track target. Okay. Now let's see. Where are you? He is down here. Yeah, because I mean the map is quite big. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's not distracting at all. I mean, I'm still working on solving the problem, so I find that the best help I can get is just being able to speak a problem aloud, and being on stream lets me do that without feeling like a absolute maniac. Yeah, the map center is... Hello, Cherisher. That's the thing. It's like the coordinate system of this. Well, what we can do is map center can actually be the and then we can have that be the map center. But we'll do dot local position or anchored position. I think we just do the anchored position of that one. Yeah, I don't know. I feel weird speaking alone in an empty room when I know no one's listening. Oh, player roots. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere, right? And then we multiply it by the... I think we multiply it by the... times the... that how we do it? No, yeah, wait. Yeah. No, I feel I'm just do best when I'm just speaking aloud. It's for sure. It engages your brain differently when you're speaking, and I think that's why, like, working on a team and like in a collaborative setting, whether you're like writing or coming up with, you know, game ideas or whatever, verbalizing your thoughts or writing down your thoughts is far more effective than just sitting down and thinking it through. Far more effective. Is it the entire thing times? Why does it feel like it's not multiplying? Oh, it would be the width divided by 2. That's the thing. The radius divided by 2. But we still need to multiply it by that, I think. And now it renders on the perimeter, boy. Yes, agreed, though it can also get too much sometimes. Oftentimes when I try and do something, I'll think it through, most options aloud, but then when I'm making it, I just shut up and just focus 30 minutes making it. Yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes that works, but I mean, of course, like the most efficient way to do something is by like sitting down and actually doing it 100%. However, when it comes to more abstract problems, like let's say you're trying to figure out, oh, I don't know, like, let's say you're trying to figure out, in my case, like the ideas for like jobs for the game. I think sitting down, writing, thinking it through, verbalizing it is definitely a good way to do it. As opposed to like, I don't know, just thinking. Okay, I mean, it's rendering on the perimeter, but I don't think it's exactly, I don't know what clamp magnitude, desired position, but where is it though? Like, actually. If you're already a doer, then talking isn't going to hurt you. But if you're just a talker, then doing might do you some good. But I think many people suffer from not talking through the things they're going to do enough. Okay, it seems to be rendering correctly. I guess it's just position. Let's see here if the actual position is correct of the object. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because I'm spawning it on track target. I'm spawning it there. Supposed to be like that. We'll spawn it in again and see if it works. I don't know. I feel like I've called my own bullshit more times than not when speaking things aloud. Whereas when I'm just sitting down and doing things without having spoken them or considered them, I'll go down a bad path and ultimately having to redo the work I've done. I feel like that's my general experience when it comes to sort of not talking through. But like whether or not you write or talk or whatever, like just putting down in words, verbalizing your intent, I think is good. Like I will do that sometimes here on stream. Like if I'm gonna work on like the taxi job now, I have to write down, like I can't just say, oh, I'm gonna make the taxi. Well, let's without further ado, let's just start typing away on the scripts. Like, okay, a good thing is probably to think through what makes up a taxi job. So think that through. Well, the first thing is you need to get into the taxi and start the job. Right? That's how you start a taxi job. And then we need to spawn in a waiting passenger on some sort of set delay somewhere in the world. Then we need to be able to get directions to that passenger, which is what I'm working on right now. So any of these points I can tackle in any order if they're not intralinked, that is. But yeah, getting directions is basically implemented already. And then there is picking up the passenger. And then getting direction to the target, which is also something I've implemented. So like getting directions are two things I've implemented now. So these are sort of checked off the list in a sense because the minimap is working. And then dropping off passenger and getting pay and experience. So I don't know. I think having some sort of plan of action for what you're doing, definitely a plus. But also don't be too concrete with the plan because plans change. And there is a level of optimization when it comes to writing plans because too much planning is wasted time. Ultimately. So if I scale this map now to like 0.4, what happens then? Do they still render correctly? It doesn't seem like they do. Targets do not appear. So something about my intuition there was wrong with the math. See here. Was not general enough. Yeah, I think I was scaling the map here. I think it's because I'm scaling both of these. I think I only need to scale the one. The map center stays consistent, but it's the offset vector that should change. Oh, nope, that's not true at all. Do I even need to scale it? Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. We'll see. Maybe the scaling is what's wrong. Ah, no. Maybe I need to divide by the scale. So it's not multiplied, but it's divide. That would make sense, because that's the... Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Or, no, it's not quite working, because it's still moving. That makes me wonder, should I divide this as well? I don't think I should. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. I get it. I'm not clamping. I'm clamping the max length is what I'm clamping. Is that C sharp? Yes, it is. Unity C sharp. Fixed it. I'm a genius. Math genius, guys. Hell yeah. And now imagine if I had done that with AI. I wouldn't be half the man I am right now. I wouldn't be a quarter of the man I am right now if I had done this using AI. I used raw brain power and vector math to solve this issue. Look at these volumetric clouds, though. I didn't make these. These are part of a weather asset I'm using, but they look pretty good. I just want to bring them like closer to the ground, I think. I don't know. What do I know? Guy. Anyway, so we have the working minimap, which means we can get directions to passenger and to target. We should make a... We'll make like a target icon or something. Do we make it like yellow? Yellow feels like a generic target. Like yellow orangish. Hello, typos, bro. Well, I think in this case, it would probably get it quite right. I find that if you're leveraging AI for like simple vector maths, it's generally quite okay. It might, I don't know, sometimes with these things, it's like hit or miss. It's hit or miss for sure in this area specifically, because it doesn't necessarily understand the context of like relative and absolute positioning always. It will get those wrong. I know I tried using AI once for representing. I was also doing vector maths then. It was specifically for this VTuber setup, actually. So like the face rotations, because basically the way that my face is being tracked by this is you have these points, these landmarks as they're called. So if this is the face, you'd have landmark points going on the ear. I think it's the eyes. So here, and then there's the nose, and then there's the mouth, and then another one on the ear. And you can sort of see, like, as you're turning left and right, the distances between these points will like shrink and increase. So like if you're looking down, obviously your eyes get closer to your nose. So the distance, this gap here shrinks. And the same way, if you look to the left or whatever, the gap between nose and ear shrinks as well. And you can use that information to tell whether or not I'm looking up, down, left, or right. And trying to explain that to the AI. I mean, I didn't have any idea what I was doing with this software, but yeah, the AI had no clue what to do there. Endless spinning rotations. I just wanted to do a quick and dirty solution. I thought, you know, maybe the AI has some clue about it, but I ended up having to do it myself. It got like results that seemed like they were working, but then you looked at it for like 10 more seconds or even 2 more seconds and you're like, nope, this is completely entirely wrong. But yeah. I think if I'm not working on my game, like this game, I'm generally quite okay with using AI to do shit. Like I made a Discord bot using an AI chat bot and stuff. And I had an AI write, you know, the code for interfacing with OpenAI's API and Discord's API. Because like I don't want to spend multiple days trying to work through how to interface with Discord's API. I just don't care about it. I just wanted to do it for shits and giggles. But for this game, I care a bit too much about the code base to have it be spoiled in that way. Anyway. Let's see here. We have the player map icon. Yeah. And also it suffers from, you know, if you have like, if you present it the way that you'd like to do it, it's often not going to challenge you either. So if you say, I'm thinking about like solving this problem by having a 4-level nested for loop, it'll be like, all right, let's do it. It's not going to be like, well, actually, you could just do this in a single for loop. You know, you don't have to do it like and quadrupled time complexity. Hey, thank you, Typos, bro. Appreciate it. I've actually found good help in specifically the voice model. So like sometimes when I'm out driving, I'll whip up the OpenAI voice chat and I'll ask it sometimes to just quiz me on random shit. And if there's like a concept I've been sort of meaning to learn, like I think it was the other day I was discussing like Unity's burst. You know, I was just discussing it like on a high level thing, sort of like what are the constraints of it, how do you leverage it and stuff, the burst compiler. And you can get some pretty, you know, interesting insight, even though it's high level. If you're a beginner to a subject, for sure it will give you relevant information that you can actually use. And also it's good at fetching resources. It's good at fetching resources that you can then use to learn. Okay, so we have this one, target icon, nice. Taxi car. And then a taxi car would check if it would override the Yeah, well that's the thing. It's when it comes to specifics, and I would say that's a specific, like asking, you know, what year was something released, or what's the name of the person that did this. Like those are specifics. But if you're talking about like high level things, so like with regards to like Unity's burst compiler, it's sort of like a broad subject. It's not something hyper specific. And it will say something like, well, burst compiler is a compiler that will take Unity C# code and compile it down to highly efficient and parallelized machine code. And that's sort of like a broad statement. You know, that's not a hyper specific statement, but sometimes that's all you need. And in that case, it's very helpful. But you have to be smart enough to know when to call it's bullshit. Hello, Pixel Phil, what's up? You shouldn't go asking about subjects that you're completely lost on, right? Because you need to, and you should question it also. Ask it. Be like an investigative journalist almost. Like pick its brain, make sure that it's telling the truth. But as like an introduction to a topic, for sure, I would say it's a good help. But yeah, don't ask it for specifics. Names, dates, numbers on anything will generally be off. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna have a little bit of a lunch, and then we'll get back and we're gonna implement the rest of this taxi stuff. So I'm gonna be right back, I guess. I don't know. I'll just leave you guys with this beautiful image. Drink Pongus. So I'm gonna be right back. See you guys soon. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, so I think I need to make some sort of what's like a reasonable UI for being on the job? Hmm. What would happen when you get into the cab? Hmm. Let's think. I think maybe like on duty taxi driver. Is there like a screen or something?
Yeah, I think having that at the top makes sense, but we need to figure out. Oh, okay. I am doing good, Sirijan Roy. How are you doing? Good to hear. From Iceland. Let's see. So the taxi car would start the job, and then would call the You'd enter the taxi, then you'd have that. Enhance target. Actually, we could just make enum from this. Awaiting passenger. These are the 3 states. You're awaiting, driving to, or pick up. So here we can do a public taxi state. State. This is C#. Almost tornado near you. Ah, yeah, spooky. Every single time I go over a crosswalk, I'm almost ran over. Because I'm literally, 2 meters away from the cars. Really spooky. Hello, GameDev 1. Where's GameDev 2? Okay, so we would have this part here. Hello, Miroslav. Oh, well, hello again, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. We need to send second best game developer, with the best one obviously being Yandere Um, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, you'd request the target passenger and then you'd receive. You'd need to receive something from the server. Wait. Yo, Doodle. What, Cuddle? Let's make a survival horror game together. I make models and animate. Hell yeah, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it, dude. Yeah. The survival horror genre has never been more thriving than now. Let's do it. Let's get rich. Hell yeah. Request target passenger. Good morning and happy coding. All right, nice, nice. Penguin is live coding. What a world we live in. What are you coding, Mr. Pingu? I'm coding Penguin GTA. Making Penguin GTA. Ah, one sub, one fish. Yes, yes, yes. Show me some Raspberry Pi code. I don't fucking code on a fucking Raspberry. What the fuck? Let alone a friggin' Pi. Hey, thank you, Neat Learning IT. Appreciate it. Code me in there. No. I refuse. I will not entertain your wishes. Well, I would Unity. Like you have to think like when it comes to C sharp, what is the Microsoft end is the .NET monolith code base. .NET is the whole Microsoft aspect. There's nothing about C sharp on its own that is Windows specific. And Unity uses mono behavior as part of you know, that's their implementation of sort of a platform agnostic code base. So I mean, this, you know, Unity C sharp runs on Xbox, PlayStation, iPhone, Android, Mac OS, Linux, Windows. So it's all cross-platform compatible.
But yeah, .NET, as far as I'm aware, is quite all right, I would believe that .NET is more Windows specific in general. Voice chat stuff is not quite finished. I mean, were you playing with it yesterday? Because I mean, you can use it. The only thing that's not working about it right now is the fact that you can't use it while in a car. But I made a mini map, a functional working mini map, and I'm working on the taxi job right now. No, I mean, you'll have some driver issues, specifically on Linux. Linux. Fuck Linux. No, but it's Linux is the one that will have like specifically graphic driver issues. But in general, you can pretty much be platform agnostic when you're working in Unity. You really don't have to care. What you have to care about is platform more so than operating system. So like if you were launching on Steam, you'd have to you know, cater to that platform. Same with launching on Xbox, you'd have to cater to that platform, not necessarily the operating system so much. But yeah, that's more relevant than any sort of you know, low level stuff, because that's why you want to use a game engine, or that's why people use game engines, is to be able to not have to deal with the minutia of working with like the low level APIs. You leave that to the game engine, and then you just make what you want to make. The only drawback being that many of these game engines try to cater to a very wide audience, and in doing so they get very bloated, they get very sort of jack of all trades, master of none. So, you know, it's a give and take. If you have some very specific idea in mind, make a game engine yourself. Sure, go ahead. If you just love the idea of making a game engine, make a game engine. But I would argue that if your sole interest is making games and you don't have some hyper specific idea in mind, you are better off working within an established game engine. Not just because there are established assets that you can use, but there are also a bunch of learning resources available to you. And there's a strong community built around the game engine that will, you know, troubleshoot issues you're having. You won't find any of that if you're making your own game engine. So it's a give and take situation. Yeah, for sure. You know, if you have some specific idea in mind, make a game engine. It's fun. And I would argue you should probably try out making a game engine. Even, you know, just a small scale game engine. Try it out. See how you like it. Because there's a lot to learn from making a game engine. Like, how does the update loop actually work? How do you actually implement physics in a game engine? How do you implement, you know, some simple rendering, or like loading sound effects, or like loading 3D models? That can be kind of interesting, but you don't have to go far with it. I mean, you could just stick to like rendering literal, you know, circles and rectangles in a 2D plane. Like you could just do that and leave that as it, you know, if you want to. Okay. Yeah, I would say C is a good language to start with. Any sort of lower level language is a good idea, because I think it's hard to unlearn old habits, and if the habits you build surround yourself with it, if the habits you build is sort of surrounding yourself with that like loosey-goosey types and no consideration of like what memory is, you'll build some bad habits, and that's what happens in, like, you know, if you work with Python or JavaScript. Not that Python or JavaScript are bad languages, they're just not the best for beginners, because they teach bad habits. If you're going to move into a more, you know, strongly typed and low level language. I've made basically I made two different game engines, if you will. And you know, people who've made proper game engines will laugh at me and say that's not a game engine, but to me it's like, call it a game engine if it's able to, if it has, you know, some level of audio support, some way of rendering stuff, some way of handling input, and it runs like a rendering, update, and input loop. Like if it has those components, I would say it's a game engine. But it's a very broad spectrum, right? But having maybe, you know, if you're making a 2D game engine, try to implement physics, see how that works. Try implementing like a level editor beyond just manually typing code or whatever. See, I think that's the right tag, but this should spawn a... Yeah, well, that's the thing with courses. It's like you you essentially shut your brain off. Like if you're not actually forced to do any exercises, you turn your brain off. It's just as bad as using AI. Like there's no difference. Many people these days use a tutorial not as a learning experience, but as an experience to just get some end result. They're like, I want to make a multiplayer survival game. So I'm going to follow a multiplayer survival game tutorial. It's like, no, that's not what you should be doing. If you want to make a multiplayer survival game, follow a multiplayer tutorial, learn how to make a multiplayer game, and then follow like some basic gameplay tutorial, learn how to write some basic gameplay, and then take those skills and make the multiplayer survival game on your own. Don't follow a tutorial, because what you're doing is you're just replacing potential knowledge with literally like a how-to, you know? It's you're not putting any more thought into this than like piecing together Lego, you know? But that's also why like university, college, school is such a good place to learn, because yes, they do teach you in sort of a tutorial format, if you will, what you're supposed to be learning, but then you're actually quizzed about it too. Because I think, you know, when you read about something, you get like this fake sense of knowledge. Like you read about something once and you're like, oh, okay, I understand this now. And yes, in the moment you may understand it, but give it literally one day and you'll have forgotten every single piece of intricate detail about what you just learned. And you won't be able to apply it. And it might as well just have been like you never learned it in the first place. So the quizzing yourself is the most important part, and tutorials just don't quiz people. They don't. They just hold your hand through whatever it is you want to achieve, and then they, you know, leave you for dead. Spawn, send passenger info. Oh.
Yeah, I mean I think the problem with Python and a lot of other functional languages is that they're just hell to debug. Because they're doing all this like list comprehension and advanced list operations in just single lines. And you know, they look nice. It's nice to have like one-liners, but at the same time, it's, I don't know. I think being expressive with code is generally quite good. But I mean, C#, of course, affords you to work with objects and structs, and lets you make the choice between when to do what. And like in the case of Unity, it has like this built-in new feature lately, which is called the burst compiler, which allows you to write essentially code that will run at the speed of like highly performant C code. Where you essentially, you know, say no garbage collection, I do it all manually. And not only that, but it sort of is automatically run in parallel. So I'm gonna use the burst compiler for my traffic system, because I'm basically gonna do like a bunch of distance checks and stuff for like the cars to see if like they're on a collision course with each other, and running that in burst compile, and then you'd use like structs and other unmanaged types. And you get like these insane performance boosts, but you're never leaving C#. You're doing it in sort of a C#y way. You're not using like pointers, which you'd have to use in like C++ to stay performant. And you're not doing any manual mallocs like you'd have to do in C. You're doing it like in the C# way, but the burst compiler compiles it down into like extremely performant machine code. Like you can get like, you know, 300 times the speed that you'd get from normal C# using the burst compiler here. Like, but again, like when you're coding like day-to-day game logic that doesn't really matter, you don't, you know, you just let the garbage collector do its thing. You just let the you just use classes instead of, like, you use objects instead of structs, and it's like, doesn't matter, you know. If I'm like writing a UI script, for example, where it's just like opening and closing a UI, I don't need to want to think about pointers when doing that. I don't think that's necessary. You don't always need to be on a low level. But yeah, Unity does let you do a garbage collection. And you do have to think a bit also, like, with Unity and game development, because everything's running so quickly here. You know, you're doing updates at minimum, optimistically, 60 frames per second. You're, like, spawning and creating instances. And at that point, you have to be your own manual garbage collector. Like, if you're spawning in a bunch of, like, let's say you're spawning in visual effects. You're spawning in like a I don't know, a muzzle flash, like when you shoot your gun or something, like you spawn in something. Well, you're gonna have to delete that sooner or later, or you're gonna flood the memory with like hundreds of thousands of these like muzzle flashes if you have like a Gatling gun or something. So there you have to be like your own manual garbage collector and sort of figure out how to do that on your own. And that's something, you know, if you're not used with working with references. Car game? No, well, it's a Penguin GTA, so I'm working on a taxi job system. But you also have to be sort of aware of like, when are you referencing an instance and when are you referencing, when does your reference create a new instance, right? That's also something to consider. But I mean, if you're working in C, this is like baby food to you, you know? You already know what this is. But for someone who's coming into Unity from like Python or coming in from JavaScript, they might not be aware of this stuff, and then they fall flat when they have to start thinking in terms of references. Since when? I mean, Unity's had okay graphics for a long time. I've been working in Unity for 5+ years now. Like professionally. But this is not even how it's supposed to look yet, because the lighting isn't baked, so it's looking worse than it's supposed to. It's supposed to look way better than this. I am using Unity. Okay, we'll see if any of this works. I have no clue. Yeah, well, I mean, it's, you know, I don't think that there's nothing about, you know, nothing about Unreal Engine that's entirely unique in how it, you know, renders traditional 3D. Like the benefit of Unreal would be stuff like Nanite, but again, Nanite is not for the low end. This game, I've been working on it for, well, I released it in early access in... When did I release it? 2020... Is there like a error or something? Oh. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've been working in Unity for a long time, and I think whatever gets you results is what's right for you. If you get results in Unreal, then go for Unreal. I personally have been doing very well in Unity, so that's what I'm using. Huh. The mirror never lies. Arr. It's Tsukudo-san. Your reflection tells a story of a fire's life of glory. Trust my eyes. That you have. I forgive you, that one sweat. I forgive you. But only this time. Yeah, and that's the thing with... That's the thing about Unreal is that, and part of why I don't like Unreal, is that you either do it the Unreal way, or you get out, you know? Like, that's the only two options you have. So, Unreal basically forces you into using blueprints. And if you don't use blueprints, well, shame on you. Then you'll have to use their sort of underdeveloped C++ end and under-documented C++ end to fix the performance issues that arise in the blueprints. And then not only that, but I mean the freaking software itself is so monolithic and so insanely, you know, cumbersome to just wrap your head around. And every single thing has to be done sort of the Unreal way, otherwise you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You have to leverage all these like stuff made for essentially AAA games to do what? Like make a indie game? Feels a bit weird to me. Oh shit, did it spawn a passenger? I think it did spawn a passenger. It spawned a passenger. This guy's a passenger. Look at him. He's on the minimap. I don't think so. I think I'm generally good on the implementation side. This guy, see here? He's showing on the minimap. That's epic, dude. Hell yeah. And then there's one more guy who spawned in as well. This dude here, he's also a passenger. But if I kill him... It's hard to add controller. Yeah, I've struggled with that. I mean, I should be using Unity's new input system, but I don't know, man. Okay, he should be removed. But it would appear he isn't. Yeah, I think because the... I guess he is removed. It's just that the target icons. Then we destroy the icon. Destroy all icons. Yeah, like, if you're using the right input system, adding controller support isn't necessarily that hard. I think what is difficult about controller support is menu navigation. Especially if you already built your game around mouse and keyboard, and then all of a sudden you have to add controller navigation to those menus. That can be hell. And that's something you'll notice, especially with like inventory systems. So if you have like an inventory system that's just like list based, like this, you know, where you just like you scroll up and down the list. You have like, you know, this and it's like, you know, up and down. Like that's easy for controller support because you just iterate, you know, you move up and down, you know, that's it. But let's say your inventory system is a grid, right? That's still kind of okay, you know, because you're moving like up, down, left, right. But it's not only a grid, it's a grid where you now have like click and drag, where like this is your character or something, and you, in order to like equip an item, you have to click and drag it to the character. Now all of a sudden, if you want to add controller support, how the frick do you do that? And there's no straight answer to that. And that's when I would say controller support is difficult. These sort of circumstances when you have built your entire game based on an assumption around having mouse and keyboard, and then all of a sudden you get like this joystick controller, and it's like, what do you do to improve performance, optimize the game? Completely depends on what you're solving for. I would say don't try to optimize too early, but be mindful of what you're doing. Profile often, see what stuff is taking up time. Like Unity and any other game engine worth their salt has a profiler that lets you analyze exactly how many milliseconds you spend on every single operation, whether that's physics, rendering, calculating something. And you just see what's taking time. I think learning about entity component systems is a good thing early. Even if you're not using an entity component system, it's a good thing to learn about. Because if you learn about it, you'll be a bit more aware of sort of core design habits that you might engage in while you're coding in a sort of more object-oriented way. Because you can still pay respect to an entity component system even though you're in an object-oriented space. So like iterating across batches and trying to, like, you know, centralize the way that data is stored instead of having it spread all across memory. It's quite a good thing to consider. Okay, so we can spawn in the path. I didn't expect that to work so well. Okay, let's see here. Taxi. I appreciate it, Neat Learning. Thank you very much. Any new games on Steam? Well, the games I have on Steam is Penguin Heist, Detective Penguin, and The Walking Fish. But this game's going to be on Steam as well. Penguin Springs. Well, Penguin Heist is what this game is built inside Penguin Heist, and I streamed the entire development of Detective Penguin. So the entire development of that game is basically streamed. Which, come to think of it, is kind of crazy, the fact that I did that. Not in the sense that it was like a bad idea, just I didn't realize that until now. It didn't really hit me. But yeah. It has happened to me that I've been attacked. Yeah, I have joined and I said, hey, I'm the developer of the game. And some guy walked up to me and started insulting me and shooting me with a shotgun. So it has happened, yes. Which is kind of surprising. Why am I the only person visible in your chat? Is that something I did or something you did? Wait, are there other people chatting that are not showing up in the chat, or? No, it's just because you're the one chatting. I think it's some people just hang out and don't chat.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, they didn't appear in the chat. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, that's probably just on the YouTube end then. Yeah, well, my on-stream chat is flawless, so... Hi, Pepsi. My cat is here. Jumped up on my desk. Okay, it should be tracking the car now as well. So we're gonna hop in the car. But also we need to... Yeah, the Twitch guy had the same issue. But I guess no more. Sorry. Okay, let's try this out. So now the car should appear on the center of the minimap as well. Right.
Okay. So let's. Oh right, it's returning a quaternion. I think it's the map renderer. Load rotation dot Euler angles. Oh hell yeah. And it spawned in a passenger. Dude, this is insanely based. And the passenger should be over here. There they are. Now we just have to figure out... Wait, no. There he is. Oh shit, it's gonna spawn in another passenger, isn't it? Shit. This guy's a passenger too. But now if I kill him, if I kill the passenger... Oh no. My passenger. I was supposed to pick you up, not run you over. And then he should disappear from the minimap when he despawns. So we'll see. Ah, no. Can't remove rect transform. Did I delete the wrong thing? Oh. That's why. Okay, let's just make this minimap a bit larger. Dude, we're making insane progress today. I'm not gonna lie. Got the minimap, almost a functional taxi driving system. And that minimap, woof. Okay. And then the problem is the never move. Now, let's see. If there's something I didn't recompile here, sometimes that's the case. Let's see here. Villager routine manager. So I say here that it should never move. Wait. Yeah, it's the max speed. Move speed. Yeah, I think probably it's the routine controller. So this here, set destination. So we can say if not, never. Or we can just do this. If enemy never move, then just return here. Or continue? No, continue would... We would do yield break. Yield, turn no, and then continue. And then recompile. And this should make them not move around. So we will see. Yeah, but the ad breaks don't actually show up on YouTube. So YouTube has no ads. The ad breaks are on Twitch, which has mandatory ads, basically, if you're a Twitch partner or affiliate. I don't know. I think I'm Twitch affiliate. I think partner is one tier up. But the ad breaks show up there just in case I'm doing something very important. So I think I want to... it's funny though with the Donkey Kong cartoons, because you see the TV in the bottom right. I'm assuming you're watching in landscape, right? You're not watching on the shorts, or? Because if you are, you'll notice in the bottom right corner there's a television set, and on that television set I was showing Donkey Kong cartoons. And we're doing that when developing the other game I was working on.
Mr. Penguin. Easily pressed. Silver Ronin just
Silver Ronin.
subscribed.
Thank you so much for the subscription, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. I'm glad you appreciate it. You know, this is gonna be the second best Penguin game on Steam when this beast comes out. Yeah, I need to make them render on top. Shit. I'm a taxi driver. Yeah, seems like he's just waiting there. And now we just need to make him enter the car. Look at him waiting so patiently for the taxi. Dude, I'm picking up my passenger. Oh my god!
I was just picking up my passenger. Sorry, I didn't. What? Ah! No! First you ram into my taxi, then you murder my passenger. Wait, they're the same. They're the same. It's two of them. This has to mean something. Contact Penguin and Penguin. Yeah. If I get into this car. He's stuck under my car. Wait, there he is. So one way to be a taxi driver is to just run over and kill your passengers instead of driving them anywhere. That way you save on a lot of gas. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to get them to enter the car, because right now... right now it doesn't... I think I have, like, with spawn with outfit or something. Yeah, here. Spawn villager with outfit. Outfit prefab. I think if we maintain this... I don't know, maybe we shouldn't maintain this outfit prefab, because I think that's a bit... What we could do is actually we can maintain a reference to the outfit prefab on the villager itself. So we can do this. We can do this. Private transform worn outfit. And then we just assign that when we generate it. Because then using that outfit, we can say, hey, enter a car. Hey, exit a car. Worn outfit equals outfit. And then here, same. I guess we can just do that in apply outfit. Worn outfit equals outfit. And then assign target passenger. I have to be on top of my car so they don't walk into me and kill themselves. Okay. Let's think about this. When we assign a target passenger, then we have here the target passenger. We can say here if current state equals driving to passenger. And then do we signal? We could use some signaling system. So like once we're close enough, like we could imagine like this. I'll just clean this up. If this is a road here, we have a sidewalk or whatever, you know, and the car is here. Passenger is here. Then we have like some sort of radius of influence. And then eventually, you know, you can imagine the car drives up. And now we're here. Radius of influence includes the passenger. And at that point, once the passenger is within that influence, then we signal to the passenger, hey, walk towards the cab. And then it walks towards it, and if it gets to like the inner circle of influence, which might be like something like that, then it enters the cab. So like this guy moves here, enters, and now he enters the car. That makes sense to me. But the problem is this is running on the client. So we would have to send this message to the server to say, hey, we want this passenger to walk towards our car. So we can add target. Let's see here. Target passenger dot RPC request target. And this would use the transform dot position or something. But how does the passenger know that it wishes to enter the taxi? Okay, things are getting a bit more complicated because this has to run server side and client side. The server has to be sort of intimately aware of the fact that this passenger... I mean, we could say, you know, we could allow clients to have some level of, you know, not authority, of course, the authority falls on the server, but we could say, you know, we pass, hey, update the position here. And then when the passenger is close enough on our end, we say to the server, hey, enter the car. But then we could honestly just have that running on the taxi car script. We don't need to bloat. I think we'll just call it network behavior. Because the taxi car exists on already synchronized behavior, so we don't need to do that. We're already passing that. And then target passenger. And then we can say if target passenger dot route if vector 3 dot distance to transform dot position is less than I can do a private
Well, I guess it's sort of obvious that the position is the car itself. So we don't even need to send that as redundant data. But sending the target passenger is still relevant. Wait. All right. Okay. This is an RPC sent.
I am Rich Rick, the richest
Oh,
penguin on
hell
this side of the equator.
yeah.
Alice_Svaria cheered 100 bits.
Rich viewers. You get your rich viewers here. Find rich viewers. Watch out, Samuel. They're gonna ban you. Get auto filtered and banned for trying to sell viewers. Rich viewers. Oh no, yeah, the contract. Of course. Let's keep that on a hush hush. Can I sign the contract? I don't know, man. Um, yeah, I think we need to spawn that predictably. Ah, wait. Why do you need the outfit index? I just finished reviewing my flashcards. I need to focus for a while, so I'll talk to you later. Thanks again, it was fun and educational. Nah, no problem. Glad to chat. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that would be not an RPC. Yeah, you want to get the outfit index. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Worn outfit index. And here we can do. Hmm. I think we'll just do this, but also a global one. And now, here's the thing. Seat index is not going to be -1. Instead, we see if sheet index equals -1. Then we do this available passenger seat. Okay, so that should spawn. Ah, shit. Okay, wait. Because that runs locally. That's the thing. We need to run it. And then we run it. RPC spawn AI passenger global. Outfit index, seat index. What? No, we set that one private. Hello, Crafty. Crafty Kaiju. What have you been crafting today? I think it should be working now. Let's see if we can pick up that passenger. A lot of emailing and data entry. Is it a personal big project or a big project you've been assigned to? Okay, it's 3. Nice. I'm working on a Penguin GTA game. Running a 65 player technology enhanced LARP this weekend. Updating character sheets, emailing for clarifications, handling last minute requests. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. So in what way is it technology enhanced? Around the game space as well. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like a fun project. I guess that fits with the whole cyberpunk aspect as well. That's nice. Is that a common thing, or? They do like these technology enhanced LARPs. Appreciate it, dude. Very much a work in progress. I'm just working on adding like a taxi job right now, so it's all Ah! I picked her up, but the real version of her disappeared and died. Oh my god. That was horrific. Okay. Yeah, sweet. I was able to pick her up. Let's see here. When she enters, we have to also do a server-side despawn, which I guess is villager routine manager dot instance. Is there like a despawn or home spawn? Let's see here. Maybe it's on the NPC routine controller. Go home. Despawn at home. I think that's the one. Yeah, I mean, I like small scale, stupid projects, so I do them all the time on stream. I made a World of Warcraft style MMO for the Twitch chat. I made like a screen game that was running on the stream, which is also, I mean, 10 players max, you know? So I like those pointless tech endeavors that are like overly ambitious. Okay, let's see here. So if I hop out the car now, she's still in the car, but there's going to be another passenger spawning somewhere on the map. See? Okay, he spawned over here. And we say, hello, sir. Come into the taxi. I don't know what happened to him. The little fella's gone. Oh, no, no, he stole her seat. Wait, hold on. Hold on, hold on. I need to get another. Ah, sweet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to get into small. I want to make some, find some fun way to leverage like a Raspberry Pi or something. Yeah, he gets in, but he doesn't despawn instantly. I think the thing is the force despawn doesn't, yeah, because it does the late detach thing. So we can just do that. Float delay equals 5. But then we do delay and then force despawn from the taxi car, and we say a delay of 0. Ah, shit. They keep getting stuck on the car. And he got in. Yippee. So let's tweak the values here. Taxi car. See, this is why you want to have a data-oriented approach, because otherwise you're stuck modifying values like this. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Welcome to the taxi. Yeah, once we used a bunch of Raspberry Pis. We have runs a video on the wall. A second one runs a machine that works sort of like an ATM. A third one runs our sound system. We can trigger music and sound effects. Yeah. Yeah, and I think for those projects, it's sort of, you know, it becomes like obvious the different applications you have. It's just like I don't do like D&D or any sort of LARPing. It's just not necessarily my cup of tea. So it's harder for me to justify projects when it comes to like, what do I do? Why do I need a Raspberry Pi? So if I find something that's like interesting to me, I will do it. I wouldn't mind, you know, I like the idea of making my own like arcade or something, like a arcade machine, old school, running in like an emulator or something with a Raspberry Pi. That could be fun. Doing like a little woodworking project. But other than that, I don't know. I'm not like a fan of smart homes. I absolutely despise the idea of a smart home, like having to turn off and on lights with an app. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a big application for like Raspberry Pis. Maybe an automatic cat feeder using a Raspberry Pi. That could be interesting. Yeah, but I think like, you know, the smart home is 100% like a obvious space for applying an army of Raspberry Pis to do all kinds of specific stuff, given that they can act a bit like servers and receivers. Okay, let's see here. God damn it, guys. Keep getting run over by cars. So then we can say we have the current date, target passenger, target destination, which is a transform, not a, then target destination. You can do a lot of smart home stuff with ESP32, which is much less overhead than Raspberry Pi and also costs. Yeah, but when I say Raspberry Pi, I'm talking like Raspberry Pi like machines, you know. I'm not, you know, whether it's Arduino or any other name, they're all, you know, mini-sized computers. Is sort of the idea. I think probably better to instantiate it when you get in. Or rather here. Yeah, well that's sort of what I was thinking, right? So, because I wanna get a house that is sort of remote, and I want to be able to leave my cats relatively unattended. You know, get a cat flap and sort of leave it at that, and having some auto feeder dispenser system, even built-in screen where I can like say hello. You know, I think that's the kind of smart home stuff that I would enjoy, but beyond that, I don't think there's anything like smart home stuff that I would find necessarily. Like, I don't care for being able to I don't know, open and close the window blinds, or like turning on and off the lights, or I don't know, setting the temperature. Like, I just don't care for it. I think it's like embracing laziness to the nth degree. But a cat feeder that can help me feed my cats if I'm away, I don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Temperature when you're in bed. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, but at the same time, it's like, to me, I'm so principled in that way that I just see that as a slippery slope. The moment I let myself fall into the pit of smart home, I've abandoned all that I am. You know, even getting a microwave was like too much for me. It was a difficult move, a difficult transition to owning a microwave. But I embraced it because I think of it as a steamer. There's something about me with like rushing things that I just don't like. I want things to take time. I take pride in engaging with routine. I like my, you know, when I make coffee, I make French press coffee. I let it take, 5-7 minutes. I don't want to walk up to a coffee machine and push a button and have the coffee come out from a coffee pod. I want that routine, the slowness. And if that means walking around the house to adjust the temperature or turning off the lights, that's what I like. So let's see. Yeah, no, it's not about rushing into buying a microwave. It's just like there's something about like the slowness of an oven that I just love. And then all of a sudden, I grew up without a microwave, and then now I live alone, and it's like using a microwave is like, yeah, I don't know. No, I get it. I get it. But I mean, I enjoy modern conveniences. I'm not gonna lie in that sense, but it's just there's some things where it's like I just don't mind them taking time away from me because I don't see it as losing out on time. Let's see. Mm. When they exit, we have to recall the outfit they were wearing. Oh hell yeah. The mirror never lies. I guess we can just recall the... So we can do... If we assume only one passenger per taxi at a time, for now, we can, you know, we can extend this later, but we can do private int outfit index. Because the server would keep track of this at all times. Or wait, doesn't the evacuate AI passengers? We don't need to maintain the outfit index. So then, yeah, then it's even better. Cool. Oops. Request, and then the vehicle get eject. I think it's eject. Yeah, eject AI passenger. Yeah, eject all AI passenger. There we go, and then earned fare plus, I don't know, we'll just do some dummy value like 100 fish bucks. But then the thing is, we need to update the... I guess we can do that from the taxi UI. Taxi UI. So we have the text. TextMesh Pro UGI. Earned fare. And total fare. Public void update. If taxi car dot current car, then earned fare equals taxi car dot current car dot earned fare dot toString, of course. Oh, never mind, it's not that. Dot text. And oops. Total fare. Dot total fare. toString total earned. There we go. Tally ho. Total fare plus equals earned fare equals 0. We could do serialize field and do that private, and then we'll just have a int. Public int get also a bit nicer. And then earned fare can here current state earned fare. There, okay, beautiful. Beautiful. And then we just need to set that. Unity just crash? Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so we have the earned fare. Total earned. Taxi UI. So we need to just set the taxi UI and then we should be good to go. I'm just gonna take a little leg stretcher and I'll be right back. So see you guys soon. Okay, I'm back. I forget, what is it just supposed to test now? I think so. I just went to get my poppy soda, Doc Pop. Dude, what causes this? It's like so random.
Da-da-dum.
Okay. Strange. Let's drive that taxi, boys. Picked him up. Oh, I didn't set up the UI, I think. Dude, why does it keep tabbing out? I dropped him off. What now? Ah, shit. Penguin pet crashed. Oh, not. It's a waiting passenger there. Okay. And let's go into Springs, edit the UI to render. And then we've basically implemented the taxi job. We can actually drive around passengers. Hey, let's give this a try. You guys hype? This is the one. I don't know, maybe I should add the... on the money manager. Is that like a separate thing? Money. Is the money manager on the money? Because then I could do add money with sound. Yeah. And then bool with sound equals false. And it should be in the taxi car and then through. And this should be enough to play sound when we pick up a passenger. So let's try that. Let's do this. But I think we should definitely have some unified UI for like career progress. I think I'm imagining. Is there a way to draw like straight lines in Paint? Do you have to use like one of these tools or something? Like, I would imagine, you know, you'd have some sort of like this. And then it's like job 1, job 2. And then there's like, you know, skill and stuff, you know. I think that's you'd have something like that. I don't know. Like some UI that you would open up and you'd see sort of your progress in every single career. You maintain different careers and you can get like some stats of like days worked. All right, let's see. Okay, we got a pickup over here. Hey, yo, you looking for a taxi? Where you need to go, buddy? Ah, yeah, I see. I'll take you over there. Not a problem. Oh, it's over here. Here you go, buddy. This is your stop. Seems like it's in a house, but, you're okay with that being dropped in a house, right? Here's your stop, buddy. Let me just modify this car. Let's see, taxi.
That should be close enough, buddy. That's close enough. Yeah, I seem to require a bit more debugging for the drop-off. Hey. Get off the road, you maniacs. There you go. Get it. Hey yo, this is kind of fun. Ah shit, where do you want me to take you? This is too far away, buddy. This is miles out the city. Where the fuck? Where do you think this is, buddy? Trying to get me killed here. Yeah, okay, well, this is where you said you wanted to go, so this is where I'm gonna drop you off. God damn. You're ruining my taxi. This taxi's not strong enough for these kinds of hills. Where do you... You should have asked for an off-road taxi. This is not my... Damn it. Okay, you asked for it, buddy. I'm taking you out of here. We're going off-road. We're going solo. Submarine mode activate. This is the underwater taxi service. I'm sorry. Yeah, the taxi job is working. It's already done basically. The only thing I need to fix is the drop-off points aren't getting generated in reasonable ways. But if we vote restart, I can show you. Basically done. Yeah, I mean the mini map is freaking base, dude. I don't know. I'm shocked that I was able to achieve this in just one day. But that's pretty good. I just need to fine tune the parameters for spawning in. But let's see here. Where's the first pickup? We got one over here. What was achieved in one day? I made a fully functional mini map. You see, with like radial rendering and like offset relative to the player. Like, keep in mind that the previous map system was just like a fixed position map. But yeah, so now you have like, you can pick up penguins. Here's Mr. Penguin. Mr. Penguin went into my car. He's requesting drop off.
We'll just follow the... Oh, he wants to be dropped off inside the apartment. I don't even know if that's possible, but... You know what? I respect your wishes. I don't think this is the right drop-off point, Mr. Penguin. I don't think this is legal. I'll just increase the distance for the drop-off. You see what I'm saying though? Oh, you can't see it in shorts. Yeah. Let's just increase it to 10, so there we go. Thank you, Mr. Penguin. Always a delight. Always a delight. What? Stuck. There we go. There we go. Always a delight. Ah, shit! Madam Fish! I didn't realize you would be in front of my car. Okay, let's go. There we go. Pick up, you were the taxi. You called. Welcome, yes. So where are you from? Ah, yeah, okay, you're from Fish City. Cool. Ah, shit! I'm sorry. Get off the road! Anyways, yes, you're from Fish City. That's cool. I didn't know. Anyway, my name's Penguin Robber. I never actually learned how to drive a car, but I did study all the lore and I learned all the characters. You know characters. What do you say? You want to go up there? I don't. Look out! Okay, let's see here. I was just gonna go. Don't worry. I know the way. Don't worry. I know the way. So just around the corner here. You want to drop off with the off-road service, huh? I see. You're gonna have to pay double for that. Here we go. Ah! Let me just get some speed and I can get up on this hill here. This is how we used to do it in driving school.